2-minute warning. One minute until we get underway. Attention to those free surfers. Can you please continue to move further north? You are still in the competition area, so you need to move further north past the IRB on the beach. Thirty seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are down here at Merewether Beach for finals day of the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel QS 2000. As we see local surfer Ryan Callanan getting off to a quick start in this men's quarterfinal heat 1. Out in the water we do have Ryan Callanan in the red and Kobe Clements in the blue, now holding first priority. We are running 25-minute heats today for finals day. Just another announcement for those free surfers. You need to move further north. First wave of red locks in at a 3.83. That has taken Ryan Callanan into first position with a 3.83. 23 minutes remaining. Coming up next will be the men's quarterfinal heat 2, featuring Ben Lorenzen in the red and Dane Henry in the blue. 22 minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. We are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest with an action-packed 10 events across the next few months, including the launch of the inaugural Surf Reflections Junior Series and the finale of the 2025-26 Challenger Series here at Merewether in March. For the full schedule, you can visit surffest.com. As we see Ryan Callanan in the red just kicking on out of that one. 19.5 minutes on the clock. And last wave of red, a 0.50. First priority is with blue, second priority red. $18 minutes on the clock, and it looks like Ryan Callanan up and riding. Just coming unstuck there. As we see Kobe Clements in the blue opening his campaign here in this men's quarterfinal. He has lots of speed down the line. Goes to the air, but just coming unstuck there. Last wave of red, a 0.83. First priority is now with Ryan Callanan. As we see Kobe Clements in the blue up and riding. As he waits for this section to stand up on the inside. First priority is now with Ryan out the back. "16 minutes remaining. As we see Ryan Callanan up and riding on his backhand. It's a nice looking wave for Ryan as he links together a nice combination of maneuvers and kicks on out of there with 15 minutes remaining. Last wave of blue drops in at a 3.10. That has gone into your top two. We are waiting on that last wave score for red, so the situation is pending. As we see Ryan Callanan in the red, up and riding under priority. And he looks to link this one through. Just getting a little hung up on the foam climb. Kobe Clements out in the back now with priority. And up and riding on a nice looking left-hander here. Attacks that first section. Comes around looking for more. With 13 minutes on the clock. It is Narrabeen surfer Kobe Clements in the blue on a nice looking wave. And he's able to finish that one off nicely there. So the situation is pending as we wait on scores to drop in for both surfers. Last wave for the surfer in red drops in at a 4.10. That has gone into your top two. However, we are still waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in blue with 11 minutes remaining. Coming up next will be the men's quarterfinal heat 2 featuring Ben Lorenzen in the red and Dane Henry in the blue. Last of blue drops in at a 5.27. Current situation, Ryan Callanan in the red is in first position with a 5.33 and a 4.10. Kobe Clements in the blue sitting in second with a 5.27 and a 3.10, chasing a 4.17 to go to first. We will see the winner of this heat surf again later today in the semi-finals. Just an announcement for those free surfers. You still need to move further north past the storm drain, just north of that competition flag on the beach. Nine minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. Frame Promotional Products is our naming rights partner to this weekend's WSL Qualifying Series Newcastle QS 2000. Greg, Matt and the team have been long-term supporters of Surffest, including as a crowdfunding partner for a decade. As we see Merewether surfer Ryan Callanan up and riding in the red as he kicks on out of that one with 8 minutes on the clock. First priority now with Kobe Clements in the blue. As we see Kobe Clements using priority on this one. It's a nice looking right-hander. And he gets a nice two-turn combo. Still looking for more on the inside. So we'll wait on scores to lock in for both surfers. It's been an action-packed start to the day in this men's quarterfinal heat 1. Six and a half minutes on the clock as we see Ryan Callanan up and riding again on his backhand. It's a smaller looking wave, but he's done some nice work out the back and finishes that one off. So scores are pending with just on 6 minutes on the clock. Previous wave of red drops in at a 2.57. We are waiting on that last wave score for red and last wave of blue. First priority is with Kobe Clements in the blue. Five minutes remaining. Surfers in the next heat may paddle out. Coming up next, we will see the men's quarterfinal heat 2, featuring Ben Lorenzen in the red and Dane Henry in the blue. Last of red drops in at a 3.13. That has not gone into your top two. Last of blue, a 4.07. Current situation, Ryan Callanan is out in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.10. Kobe Clements in the blue sitting in second with a 5.27 and a 4.07. Kobe, you are chasing a 4.17 to go to first. Two minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and the situation does remain the same. Ryan Callanan in the red is in first position. Kobe Clements in the blue sitting in second, chasing a 4.17 to go to first. Two minutes on the clock. First priority is with blue. Second priority, red. One and a half minutes on the clock. And local surfer Ryan Callanan is out in first position with a 5.33 and a 4.10. Kobe Clements in the blue You are chasing a 4.17 to go to first. As we see Kobe Clements using priority on this one. It was a nice opening turn as he looks for more on this end section. Tagging that one nicely and getting the foam climb. So we'll wait on that score to lock in with 45 seconds on the clock. Ryan Callanan is out the back with first priority. There might be a situation change as we are waiting on a score to lock in for the surfer in blue. "20 seconds remaining. Situation is pending. 10 seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are on hold. Next heat in the water, please hold your position in the lineup. We are just waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in blue to lock in. The situation from that last heat is pending. Last of blue drops in at a 4.93, so we had a situation change in the final seconds. Kobe Clements did go into first position, and he'll be progressing on through to the semi-finals, so commiserations to Ryan Callanan. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Ben has a 3.50 and a 0.60. Dane with a 1.0 and a 1.5. Dane Henry needing a 2.61 to advance. Dane Henry with priority now, looking at this one. Going on his backhand as Ben Lauritsen goes the other direction. Both surfers, unfortunately, not able to hold on to those. Dane and Ben now paddle out the back to see who gets priority on this one. Dane Henry getting there first, taking priority. Ben Lauritsen under priority here. Not able to ride out of that one. As we watch the replay there for our web viewers. Of course, if you like watching surfing action, whether it's in person or on the webcast, Surffest 40th year, there is plenty of surfing happening over the next 3 or 4 months. This is event number 1 of 10. As we bring you surfing right through January, February and into March, where we culminate with that Challenger Series event, where the world's best will be descending on Merewether Beach to see who gets those final spots in the championship tour. The Dolphins out there giving us a bit of a morning welcome. Just coming in to see what's happening. They love themselves a bit of Surffest action, those Dolphins. Just coming over to say good day to the jet ski. 17 minutes left in this heat. Ben Lauritsen out in front in the red. Dane Henry needing a 2.68. Priority is with our blue surfer, Dane Henry. As the surfer's looking at this next set. Changed conditions to our first 2 days. Cleaned up a little bit today. It's now all about ideal wave selection and picking the right one that's going to maximise the scoring. "15 minutes left in this 25-minute heat. So we bring you all the quarterfinal action. Heat 2, another stacked heat this one. We saw Ben Lawrenson take care of Julian Wilson yesterday, knocking him out. And Dane Henry going through, showing plenty of talent both on the waves and in the air as he threw aerial after aerial in his round of 16 heat yesterday. It's Ben Lawrenson just having a little look at that one. Priorities with blue, so he's lost nothing by having a look. Speaking of having a look, get yourself out to the Novotel Newcastle Beach tent around the side there on the grass area. Plenty of giveaways at the Novotel Newcastle Beach there. Wonderful sponsors, of course, our naming rights sponsor for the Women's Pro event this weekend. Been supporting our community events now for 10 years. We really do love everything the Novotel Newcastle Beach does for us. Get along and say good day to the guys in the tent. Dane Henry paddling south now. He's seen something he likes. It's Dane Henry now up and riding this one. Solid first turn, building for a second. Looks like he's going to try and take this one in and see if it delivers a little bit of something as it comes inside. Well, that'll do, he says. We'll let the judges tally their scorebooks on that one. It's behind him now, Ben Lawrenson. Just letting that one go past. So priority moves over to the red surfer, Ben Lawrenson. Twelve and a half minutes remaining. We will give a quick score update once the scores for Dane Henry's last ride drop. And right on cue, there they are. It's a 5.17 for Dane Henry. So that score putting Dane Henry into the lead now. So Dane Henry with a 5.17 and a 1.50. Ahead of Ben Lawrenson with a 3.50 and a 0.67. So, Ben, you require a 3.18. 12 minutes remaining. Ben Lawrenson now taking off up the beach, but that wave just closing out on him and no scoring potential in that one. He'll head out back now and aim for another. 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Both surfers heading down the southern end now of this contest area. Dane Henry up and riding. Wave just not delivering there. Priority now back with Ben Lawrenson in the red. Ben Lawrenson getting a good couple of hits on that one. He's looking to better a .67. I dare say that'll do it. 2 solid hits on that. We'll wait the judges for them to give us a score in a minute. 9 minutes left. So we have a look at the replay now. Last score of Ben Lawrenson in the red, a 4.83. So Ben now taking the lead back with 7 minutes remaining. Ben Lawrenson with a 4.83 and a 3.50 in the lead. Dane Henry with a 5.17 and a 1.5 needs a 3.16 to advance with just under 7 minutes remaining in this one. Surfers to the northern end of the contest area, just be aware of the competitive surfers in the water. Fantastic Sunday morning down here at Merewether. Big crowd around now. Plenty of junior surf lifesavers out there doing their bit. And with 5 minutes 30 remaining, the situation is Ben Lawrenson out in front with a 4.83 and a 3.50. Dane Henry in second position with a 5.17 and a 1.50. Dane requires a 3.16. Priority is with Dane. 5 minutes remaining. Priority with Dane Henry in the blue as this next set rolls in. Ben Lawrenson having a look at this one. And up and riding now. You're looking to better at 3.50. That wave, I don't think we'll give him that. Four minutes remaining, and it's still Ben Lawrenson in the red in the lead. Dane Henry requiring that 3.16 to advance. Three minutes left in this one as Dane Henry looking at something here, but looks like Ben Lawrenson's going to jump on this one. And jump on it he does. Getting a couple of quick hits there, looking to better his 3.50, his lowest score. Dane Henry in the blue now. Just letting that one go past. Just waiting on that score from red to drop in. We'll update the situation once it does. There are 2 minutes left in this heat. Priority with blue. Dane Henry up now. Needs his 3.16 on this one. He's giving it everything he's got. Going down the line. Going to ride this one right the way in. Taking it all the way to the shore. 1 minute remaining. We've got scores still to come for both blue and red. Ben Lawrenson up riding, no. 45 seconds remaining. We'll bring you all the scores as soon as they drop. Ben up riding this time. Trying to go around on that one, but not sticking it. 30 seconds remaining, and the last score of Ben Lawrenson was a 4.17. Does better his position. So we're just waiting for the last wave of Dane Henry to drop with 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Attention to countdown in 4, 3, 2, and 1. We will just have a slight hold while we wait for the judges to tally that last score of Dane Henry.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
For finals day, as we see Matthias Hurdy kicking off his campaign in this quarterfinal on a nice looking wave on his backhand right on the northern end of the bank. So a nice way to kick off his campaign. We'll wait on that score to lock in for Matthias Hurdy. First priority is now with Fred Carmody out the back. .22 and a half minutes on the clock in this men's quarterfinal heat 3. Coming up next with the men's quarterfinal heat 4 featuring Arch Whiteman in the red and Taj Stokes in the blue. Last wave for the surfer in red drops in at a 6.50. So Matthias Hurdy in the red has gone into first position with a 6.50 and a 0.50. Fred Carmody in the blue now in second, chasing a 7.00 to go to first. We will see the winner of this heat surf again later today in the semi-finals. It's a big day of action here at Merewether Beach. .21 minutes on the clock, and we are here for the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel Newcastle QS 2000. It is day 3 of the event finals day. Following the men's quarterfinals, we will have the women's quarterfinals, the men's semifinals, women's semifinals, and finishing the day with the men's final and then women's final. So lots of action still to come. First priority is with blue. As we see Mateus Hurdy staying busy out there. He's up and riding now on a left-hander, coming back towards us as he links together a nice combination of maneuvers. And looks to stay with this one through to the inside. Here's the surfer from Brazil. He finished up 9th here for the Challenger Series. And looking for a good result in this QS 2000. Out the back, Fred Carmody in the blues still holds first priority. The 18-year-old from Bondi that competes for Bondi board riders and South Maroubra board riders. With 18 minutes on the clock, we see Fred Carmody up and riding. A nice two-turn combo as he'll look for more on the inside. So we'll wait on that score to lock in for the surfer in blue as he finishes that one off right on the shore. 17.5 minutes on the clock. The situation is pending. Last of red drops in at a 5.33. We are waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in blue with 17 minutes on the clock in this men's quarterfinal heat 3. $16 minutes on the clock. First priority is with red. Second priority, blue. Situation is pending. Last of blue drops in at a 3.67. current situation, Matthias Hurdy in the red is in first position with a 6.50 and a 5.33. Fred Carmody in the blue sitting in second with a 3.67, chasing an 8.16 to go to first. "15 minutes on the clock in this men's quarterfinal heat 3. Coming up next, we'll see quarterfinal heat 4 featuring Arch Whiteman in the red from Avalon and Tash Stokes in the blue from the Sunshine Coast. As we see Matthias Herder, our current heat leader, up and riding. He links together a nice combination of manoeuvres there, and Fred Carmody up and riding behind him. We'll wait on scores to lock in from that exchange. Just another announcement for those free surfers. You need to move further north out of the competition area. Lasta Blue drops in at a 0.93. "13 minutes remaining. First priority is with Fred Carmody in the blue. We are still waiting on that last wave score for red to lock in. The situation is pending. Last of red, a 4.67 that has not gone into your top two. The situation does remain the same. Matthias Hurdy is in the lead. Fred Carmody in second, chasing an 8.16 as we see Fred up and riding on this one, using his first priority. It's a nice opening turn as he'll look to stay with this one through to the inside. And Matthias Hurdy on the one behind him. "11 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and we'll wait on scores to lock in from that exchange. Last wave for the surfer in red, a 0.47. We are waiting on that last wave score for blue with 11 minutes remaining. As we see Matthias Hurdy using first priority on this one. He has lots of speed, goes to the sky, and just gets hung up on the rotation. First priority is now with blue, with just on 10 minutes remaining. Last wave of blue dropped in at a 3.73. That has gone into your top two. However, you are still sitting in second position, chasing an 8.10 to go to first. Last wave of red, a 0.93. That won't go into your top two. The situation does remain the same. Eight minutes remaining, and Matthias Hurdy in the red from Brazil is out in the lead with a 6.50 and a 5.33. It is Fred Carmody in the blue chasing an 8.10 to go to first. The winner of this heat will surf again later today in the semi-finals. So lots on the line for both surfers out in the water. We are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest with an action-packed 10 events across the next few months, including the launch of the inaugural Surf Reflections Junior Series and the finale of the 2025-26 Challenger Series at Merewether in March. For the full schedule, you can visit surffest.com. 7 minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. Coming up next, we'll see the men's quarterfinal heat 4, featuring Arch Whiteman in the red from Avalon and Taj Stokes in the blue from the Sunshine Coast. Six minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. Red first, blue second, chasing an 8.10 to go to first. as we see Fred Carmody using priority on this one. He's got a nice looking section ahead of him. Goes for the rotation and just comes unstuck there, knowing he needs to go big to get that 8.10. With 5 minutes remaining, first priority is now with our current heat leader in the red, Matthias Hurdy. Last of blue drops in at a 1.13. That will not go into your top two. The situation does remain the same. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes remaining. Matthias Hurdy is out in the lead in the red with a 6.50 and a 5.33. Fred Carmody in the blue sitting in second with a 3.73 and a 3.67. Fred, you are chasing an 8.10 to go to first. We are here at Merewether Beach for the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel Newcastle QS 2000. It is day 3 of the event, finals day, and we have lots of action still to come. Currently out in the water is the men's quarterfinal, heat 3. Two minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. First priority red, second priority blue. Just an announcement for those free surfers. Can you please move further north? You are still in the competition area. One minute remaining. Red first, blue second, chasing an 8.10 to go to first. We will see the winner of this heat surf again later today in the semi-finals. .30 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. And attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burden Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections Bonnie Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Vouchers. So we welcome back our web viewers. Out in the water we have Arch Whiteman in the red and Taj Stokes in the blue. No wave action yet. But it will be soon to follow. So keep an ear out on the microphone, because when we announce it, the first 5 people to get to the Reflections Holiday Ford Ranger will win themselves a voucher. So stand by. That'll be coming up a bit later on this morning. So get yourself down here to Merewether and make sure you are listening out for that call. When we say go, it's time to get yourself over to that Reflections Holiday Park Ranger. Of course, Reflections Holiday Parks, 47,000 locations across New South Wales at least. Right up and down the coast, from Brunswick Heads in the north, down to Eden in the south. There is a Reflections Holiday Park somewhere for you, as we see Arch and Taj Spurfs looking at this one. And it's Arch Whiteman in the red up first. Working his way in for this. Throwing that one around, but not able to stick that landing. So we see in the replay there, Arch just spinning around but not able to land that rotation. Back out live now. Priority with Taj Stokes in the blue. A 1.83 for Arch. The Frame Promotional Products Men's Pro QS 2000 here. Heat 4, round of 8 action. Up next, of course, the women get back into the competitive spirit for our Novotel Newcastle Beach Women's Pro event. Next heat, we'll see Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie up against Charlie Hadley. That promises to be a ding-dong battle. Our third and fourth ranked surfers coming up next in heat 1 of the women's. Priority with Taj Stokes in the blue here as they both have a bit of a look at this one. And it is Taj that's up and riding now in the blue. Trying to work this smallish wave through. A couple of little turns will give the judges something to have a bit of a look at. We can see in the replay there, Taj getting a couple little hits in before the wave sort of dying down on him a little bit, coming back into the pocket for the third. And the judges giving that one a 3.50. So with 19 minutes remaining, Taj Stokes' first wave is a 3.50. Arch Whiteman has a 1.83. So Taj Stokes currently in the blue in the lead. Priority is with red. Priority is with Arch Whiteman in the red. It's both surfers having a bit of a look out there. Looked like there might have been a little bit of something coming from the north, but relatively flat conditions here this morning. .16 minutes left in this heat. And Taj Stokes with a 3.5, just ahead of Arch Whiteman with his 1.83. Arch with priority though, so he'll be looking to build on that 1.83 with his next wave. Winner of this heat will be up against Mateus Hardy, our Brazilian number 2 seed, who we saw win that last one. It's both servers eyeing something off here now. And it's going to be Taj Stokes under priority, up and riding. Getting a good solid first hit at that one. Pumps through, just waiting to see what this wave can deliver. He's working this one all the way in. Nice little second turn there as he watches it stand up and rides this one right into the beach. Gets in and joins in on the Nippers contest up there this morning. As we watch that replay of that first turn. As the judges just review that one and get ready, we've still got a score pending for blue. It's Arch Whiteman eyeing this one off in the red. Going to his left. Also getting a good first crack at that one. Surface having to work for everything out there today. Coming to the inside now. Stands up nicely for him. He rides that one through the shore. And that was a good first hack from Arch Whiteman there. And that second wave of Taj Stokes has dropped now at a 3.33. So Taj, you now have a 3.50 and a 3.33 as we await scores for the last ride of red. So Arch Whiteman looking for a 5 to better himself there and sneak into the lead as the judges pop the final scores in. It's a 4.10 for Arch. So Arch Whiteman now with a 4.10 and a 1.83. Still running behind Taj Stokes. So Taj has a 3.5 and a 3.33. Arch Whiteman with a 4.1 and a 1.83. He needs a 2.73 to advance. The priority is with Taj Stokes in the blue. 11 and a half minutes left in this heat. We've got the beautiful Cardiff GWM vehicles out the front here today as well. The Tank 300 and the Hybrid H6. All thanks to our good friends at Cardiff GWM. Cardiff GWM have a range of vehicles, not just those two. That GWM range is outstanding. But that little Tank 300, what a fantastic little weekend machine that is, whether you're going to the surf or up to the mountains. That thing will get you anywhere. And the Hybrid 86. Well, for an SUV, that hybrid electric model, you get about 20,000 Ks to the tank on that one. Get yourself down to Cardiff GWM and have a look at the vehicles down there. Book yourself a test drive. See what all the hype is about. That's our good friends at Cardiff GWM. Taj Stokes in the blue up and riding now, looking to extend his lead. Gets a good first turn in there. Pushing this one up the beach. As he takes that one all the way up. He's looking to better a 3.33 is Taj. Currently in the lead. Looking to drop off that 3.33. Got right over the top of that first turn. Arch Whiteman eyeing something off here. And he's up and into it now. Wave just flattening him on there as he came through that first turn. Hoping it stands up on the inside. Does give him a little something. And he throws a rotation there to finish that one off. Just waiting for scores on both blue and red. 7 minutes remaining, and we'll keep you updated as soon as those scores drop. Judges having plenty to deliberate there. A couple of good rides from both Taj and Arch. Taj using his priority now, up and riding again. Deciding there's not much scoring potential in that one, so jumping out the back, and he's going to race back out to try and get first priority again. Move for Taj paying off there as he does get back out and keeps priority as we wait for those last wave scores to drop. 6 minutes left in this one. There's 5 minutes left in this heat. 5 minutes remaining in our last quarterfinal, heat 4. So we wait for those scores to drop. Taj looking to better a 3.33 and Arch looking to better a 1.83. Both surfers eyeing that one off and deciding there's nothing doing there. Priority with our surfer in the blue, Taj Stokes. Okay, scores are in for that last ride of blue. It was a 5.00. So Taj Stokes now with a 5.00 and a 3.5. The last of red, a 3.20. So situation update with 4 minutes remaining. Taj Stokes with a 5.0 and a 3.5. Arch Whiteman in the red with a 4.1 and a 3.2. So Arch Whiteman requires a 4.41 to advance with just under 4 minutes remaining. This next set rolls in now. Neither surfer able to get a hold of that one. And priority still with our heat leader. So Taj Stokes holding priority and the heat lead. 3 minutes left in this one. So Arch Whiteman looking for that 4.41. Certainly capable of it. He's just got to get the right wave at the right time. So 2 minutes remaining in this one, 2 minutes left. And it's Taj Stokes in the blue out in front. Arch Whiteman in the red needing a 4.41 to advance here. As we hit our last 2 minutes. Priority is with Taj Stokes, so holding priority and the lead. .90 seconds left in this one. Okay, red is up and riding. Arch Whiteman looking for that 4.41. Throwing it big on this one. As we watch him get another good turn as he comes in the score and he pumps the fist. Arch Whiteman really liking that one. It was a solid first turn. And he built on it from there. Rode it all the way in and finished off strongly. As Taj Stokes, with 40 seconds remaining, scored a drop from red. Question being now, was it enough? Taj Stokes will want to build on his score. He's got 20 seconds remaining. He looks to better a 3.5. As this one comes right down to the wire. 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. Attention countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As we wait for that score of Arch Whiteman to drop. So he's looking for a 4-point.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Out in the water, the situation is pending. We have Ziggy Aloha McKenzie in the red and Charlie Haitley in the blue. Ziggy is currently ranked 4th on the World Surf League qualifying series, and Charlie Haitley is ranked 3rd, so a lot on the line for both surfers in this heat, wanting to progress on through to the semi-finals. First priority is now with blue, with 21.5 minutes remaining. We'll wait on scores to lock in. Just on 20 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. We are running 25-minute heats today for finals day. Coming up next will be the women's quarterfinal heat 2, featuring Safi Vedi from New Zealand and Sarah Baum representing South Africa. First priority is with Charlie Haitley in the blue out the back. As scores are locking in, we see Charlie Haitley using priority on this one. It's a nice looking left-hander coming back towards us here at Merewether Beach. She's going to kick out of that one. Didn't offer any more scoring potential. So first priority now with Ziggy Aloha McKenzie out the back in the red. As we saw Charlie Haitley snacking a little one on the inside there. We've seen lots of waves on offer throughout the morning as we started the day with the men's quarterfinals. We're now through to the women's quarterfinals, heat 1, and scores are locking in. So first wave of red dropped in at a 3.83. First of blue of 5.67. We will wait on those last two waves for blue with 18.5 minutes remaining. Previous wave of blue drops in at a 4.13. Waiting on a last of blue as Ziggy holds down first priority out the back. Last of blue, a 2.50, so that did not go into your top two. Current situation is Charlie Haitley in the blue out in the lead with a 5.67 and a 4.13. Ziggy in the red sitting in second, chasing a 5.97 as we see Ziggy Aloha McKenzie up and riding on a smaller looking right-hander there, just catching a rail. So we'll wait on that score to lock in for red. Ziggy just coming off the back of a win in Siargao over in the Philippines. That was a QS 6000. So I'm sure she has lots of confidence coming into this event. 17 minutes remaining. And last of red, a 0.83. That has gone into your top two for now. Current situation, Charlie Haitley in the blue in first position and Ziggy Aloha McKenzie in the red sitting in second, chasing a 5.97 to go to first. The winner of this heat will surf again later today in the semi-finals. Frame Promotional Products is our naming rights partner to this weekend's World Surf League qualifying series. Greg, Matt and the team have been long-term supporters of Surfest. And a big thank you to Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Reflections Holidays, the Beach Hotel and Cardiff GWM. We are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surfest, with an action-packed 10 events across the next few months as we see Ziggy Aloha McKenzie up and riding on her backhand. She works hard to stay with this one through to the inside. Tags that anchor section and gets a foam climb. First priority is now with our current heat leader, Charlie Haitley, in the blue. As we see Charlie Haitley up and riding on a nice looking wave here. She has lots of speed down the line. She wraps it back into the pocket and waits for this wave to stand up on the inside. So great wave selection there from Charlie Haitley. We will wait on scores to drop in for both surfers with 14.5 minutes remaining. .14 minutes on the clock. The situation is pending. Last of blue drops in at a 6.50. That has gone into your top two. And last of red, a 3.23. Current situation, Charlie Haitley in the blue is out in first position with a 6.50 and a 5.67. Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in the red sitting in second with a 3.83 and a 3.23. Ziggy, you are now chasing an 8.34 to go to first with 12.5 minutes on the clock. .12 minutes remaining. First priority is with red, second priority blue. .11.5 minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. And we have perfect conditions here at Merewether Beach for day 3, finals day of the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel Newcastle QS 2000. This is a World Surf League qualifying series event out in the water. We do have Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in the red and Charlie Haitley in the blue. Both girls surfing for Burleigh headboard riders. Just attention to those free surfers surfing on the rocks. We do have an athlete surfing there in the next heat, so we do need you to come into shore, as we have a competitor that will be surfing that bank in the next heat. So you are still within the competition area. We'll need you to return to shore. As we see Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie up and riding on her backhand as she tags that section and comes around for a foam climb. The 17-year-old surfer, now living on the Gold Coast, but grew up surfing in Indonesia. And our current heat leader, Charlie Haitley, holding down first priority out the back. Last of red, a 2.17. That has not gone into your top two. The situation does remain the same with 9 minutes remaining. Eight minutes remaining as we see Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie just staying busy out there, up and riding on this smaller inside wave on her backhand. And she looks to attack that end section. We'll leave that one up to the judges. As we see Charlie Haitley using priority on this one out the back. She's had great wave selection during this heat. And she'll wait for this one to stand up on the inside. Linking together a nice combination of maneuvers there. The surfer from Burleigh Heads, just 16 years old. Six minutes remaining. And just another announcement for those surfers surfing off the rocks. We do have a competitor in the next heat that will be surfing there. So we need you to return to shore as you are in the competition area marked by the black flags on the beach. So if you are within that zone, you need to move out of it. As we see Ziggy in the red up and riding. Just the one turn there. 5 minutes remaining, so surfers in the next heat may make their way out into the lineup. Previous wave of red dropped in at a 4.67. We are waiting on that last wave score for red and last of blue. Last of red a 1.60 and last of blue a 4.83. The situation does remain the same. Charlie Haitley in the blue is in first position and Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in the red sitting in second, chasing a 7.50 to go to first. 4 minutes remaining. As we see Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie up and riding. She floats the section and just comes unstuck there with 3 minutes remaining. First priority is with our current heat leader, Charlie Haitley in the blue. And last of red, 1.07. That has not gone into your top two. So the situation does remain the same. Blue first, red in second, chasing a 7.50 to go to first. Attention free surfers, surfing off the rocks. We do need you to return to shore now. This is a final warning. We have a competitor in the next heat that will be surfing that bank. It is within the competition area, so please return to shore. One and a half minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. First priority with blue, second priority red, and it is Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in the red, chasing a 7.50 to go to first. One minute remaining. Thirty seconds on the clock. Thank you to those free surfers for returning to shore. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Sarah Baum in the blue, up and riding straight into this heat. Down on the rocks. First surfer we've seen use the rocks today. So we do have a split peak for this contest. We've got Sarah Baum down the southern end and Safi Vet up the northern end. So our second heat, an absolute heater. Sarah Baum, South African, but now living in Newcastle, up against New Zealand Olympic surfer. Fresh off a second place in Taiwan not long ago. So Safi Vet in great form. Sarah Baum, runner-up here in our QS 2000 earlier this year. So two A-grade competitors for this heat. So Safi Vet in our red and Sarah Baum in the blue. Like I said, this will be a split heat. Sarah surfing down the southern end by the rocks and Safi up on the bank on the north. So just the one ride of Sarah so far. We're just waiting for that score to drop. As Safi Vet up and riding now in the red. This wave not doing much for her, unfortunately. And she's decided to get back out and reset herself for the next one. Still waiting on scores for both surfers. Sarah Baum just looking at this next set. As we see Sarah Baum on the inside by the rocks, up and riding now. Getting a good look at that first turn as she comes back to the pocket and then decides that'll do. First scores have now dropped. The first wave of Sarah's was a 5.00 and Safi in the red getting a 1.43. So after the first wave, it is Sarah Baum in the blue out in front with a 5.00. Safi Vet with a 1.43. Safi Vet eyes this one off. Paddling into it now and up and riding on her backhand side. Good first turn. She's going to work through the whitewater now and decides to finish it there. The second wave of Sarah Baum as she goes for her third wave now, up and riding. Taking that backhand hit as she has done for the last couple now. Coming back up to the north. Working it well, really getting that one up on the rails and riding out of that. Sarah really using her power there to stick that first turn and then bring it into the shore with a strong ride across the top. 20 minutes left in this one. Safi Vet just saying yeah, nah to that one. Of course, we are live here for the Novotel Newcastle Beach Women's Pro QS 2000 event. Sarah Baum, runner-up at our QS 2000 earlier in the year down at Newcastle Beach, which is right where that Novotel is located. And it is a fantastic hotel, central to everything in Newcastle. Cafes, theatres, restaurants, you name it. And the good folk at Novotel Newcastle Beach have got the activation tent just to the side of the surf club. They've got some sunscreen, beach buckets, all sorts of stuff to give away, so make sure you go see the friendly team at the Novotel Newcastle Beach. Just still waiting for our last scores of each wave rider to drop. And we are just chasing Ziggy McKenzie to bring back her rash vest. So Ziggy McKenzie, if you can bring back that rash vest for the last heat, please. Okay, so that last wave of red dropped in at a 3.30. So Safi Vet with a 3.00 and a 1.43. Just waiting for the last of Sarah's to come in now. So Charlie Haley getting the job done in that first heat. The winner of this one will be up against Charlie. Coming up next, we have Ruby True and Grace Gosby. Should be a very exciting heat 3. Don't go anywhere, heat 2. Still 17 minutes left in this one. So the judges still deliberating on that last wave of Sarah Baum. So Sarah Baum in the blue scoring a 7.67 for that last wave. A 7.67 joins her 5.00. So Sarah Baum with a 7.67 and a 5.00. Safi White with a 3.00 and a 1.43. So Safi Vet needing a 9.67 with 16 and a half minutes remaining. Sarah Baum really putting the pressure on with a couple of solid scores. That move to the Rocks End paying off for Sarah, using that local knowledge. Ziggy McKenzie, we do need that rash vest back immediately. Ziggy McKenzie, please return that rash vest immediately. And I tell you what, if this sun stays out, once the action on the beach finishes here today, as we watch Sarah Baum paddling in now. Deciding to give that one a miss. Once competition finishes, there'll be no better place than on the front deck of that Beach Hotel. Beach Hotel, proud sponsors of the QS 2000 events here this weekend. We held our launch event there Thursday night. Fantastic cold beer and beautiful food at the Beach Hotel. Sarah Baum good enough to join us and do a bit of Q&A there, and talked about her run of form and how it had dipped a little after that QS 2000 earlier in the year, but she was feeling comfortable, and she's certainly looking out there in the water with that 7.67 and 5.0. Looking to go one better than earlier in the year. Safi Vet, though, seasoned competitor, Olympian, in some pretty hot form as well. Coming off that runner-up in Taiwan, looking to make her mark over here at Merewether. As Sarah Baum in the blue now, having a look on the rocks. Safi Vet now looking at this one and up and riding. Going up and just not sticking that one. Yes, Sarah spoke on Thursday night about how exciting it was to get back to Durban and surf there. Plenty of local support for her hometown, but the adopted hometown of Newcastle doing a good job as well. So plenty of Sarah Baum fans out in the crowd today. They'll be giving her a warm round of applause when she comes in, I'm sure. As we watch her paddling on this one now. Sarah Baum up and riding. Solid first hit as she waits to see what this wave is going to do, seeing if it's going to sit up. Not to her liking, and she drops off the back. She's looking to better a 5.00. It was a solid first turn back into the pocket. And we'll let the judges have a look at that. See where that bet is the 5.00 is. Safi Vet still looking out there on that northern end. It's been the bank we've seen most surfers all day take. Sarah really rolling the dice and coming down to the rocks, paying off so far with that 7.67 and the 5.0. 12 minutes left in this heat. So Safi Vet with the 3 and the 1.43 needs a 9.67 to advance, so plenty of work for Safi to do. So that last wave of Sarah Baum will not go into her top 2. That was a 3.23, so does not add to her score. And Safi's decided she's going to have a crack down at these rocks too, so Safi Vet now making her way down south, looking to join Sarah Baum down the rocks. So tactics at play here. Both surfers with a slightly different approach. As Sarah Baum now looking at this one and giving it a miss. Priority is with Safi Vet. So priority is with the red surfer. Ten minutes left now. Priority is with red and using it, but just not getting up on that one. So priority now switching over to Sarah Baum in the blue. So our heat leader with priority. So it's cat and mouse now with Sarah Baum's looking to keep one eye on the waves, one eye on priority. Really trying to hold that lead. 9 minutes remaining. Being treated to a great day of contest surfing here today. As Safi Vet looks to go under priority, but nothing doing. May only be a QS 2000 event, but we've had some stacked international competitors, of course, representatives here in this heat from South Africa and New Zealand. We've seen Great Britain and Brazil also represented alongside a bevy of Australians. Bevy of Challenger Series and Championship surfers here this weekend, putting on their finest display for the locals here at Merewether. Of course, we're back here in March for the big one, the Challenger Series event, the 40th year of Surffest. And that 40th year goes off with a bang in March when we come back here to Merewether as the surfers try and clinch those final few golden tickets into the championship tour. So put early March into your calendars. It is going to be one to remember. As Safi Vet having a look at something here. And under priority, she's up and about. Coming back to the pocket now. Stands up nicely, Flora, on that second turn. She rides this one too, so she's looking to better a 1.43. Got nice and early and then came back into that power source and really set it up for that second turn. And then a nice little third to finish off on the beach. There's a tight little wave, looking to better that 1.43. So still waiting for that last ride of red to drop in. We'll give a situation update. There are 6 minutes remaining in this heat, so 6 minutes remaining, and I'll update the situation once that last score drops. So Safi's looking to better a 1.43. And better as she does, it's a 5.73. That last rider of red, a 5.73. So Safi Vet now with a 5.73 and a 3.0 still needs the 6.95. So the surfer in red, Safi Vet, needing a 6.95 with 5 minutes remaining in this one. There are 5 minutes left as Safi Vet getting straight up looking for that 6.95. Getting into that one, but unfortunately, the wave getting the better of her. So that won't add to her score, but nothing lost there with priority. Priority still with Sarah Baum, so Safi going under priority there. Worth a look. Coming up next, we do have Ruby True and Grace Gosby. So stand by for those two. Ruby True will be in the red jumper next heat and Grace in the blue. So with 4 minutes 20 remaining, Safi Vet is in second position. Safi requires a 6.95 to advance. So Sarah Baum with a 7.67 and a 5.00, ahead of Safi with a 5.73 and a 3.00. So Safi looking to better that 3.00 with a 6.95. Three and a half minutes left now. Free surface to the northern end of the beach. Free surface at the northern end of the contest area. If you can please move further north, there will be a contest competitor utilising that northern end of the next heat. So free surface at the northern end, if you can make your way out of the contest area, please. 3 minutes left now. Sarah Baum holding priority and holding the lead. Safi Vet in the red, needing a 6.95 with just under 3 minutes remaining. 2 minutes left in this one, and Safi Vet in the red still chasing that 6.95. Sarah Baum holding on to priority. She won't give it up easy, but she won't want Safi to get a ride that could potentially get that 6.95. We have seen Sarah already score a 7.67 earlier in this heat, so high scores are certainly a possibility on this wave down by the rocks. As we have 90 seconds remaining. Surfers looking in now. Safi getting up under priority on that one. Great first turn. Nothing doing after that. Sarah Baum also has a bit of a look, but going straight back out to make sure she holds onto that priority with 1 minute remaining. We have 1 minute remaining, and there will be a score to drop for red. Needs to better a 3.00. It doesn't. It's a 2.03, so that won't better Safi's score. Safi still requiring a 6.95 with 40 seconds remaining. .30 seconds. So 20 seconds now. Can Safi Vet pull something out of the hat on this one? Sarah Baum with priority. 15 seconds left. Sarah happy for her to get this wave. And rightly so. Attention to the countdown in 4, 3, 2, 1. And congratulations to Sarah Baum on that heat.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
just on 16 minutes and 15 seconds, and we just have seen the waves slow down a little as we are right on the high tide, a 10:45 high tide, so the conditions will improve again over the next few hours. There is just on 15 minutes remaining. Ruby True in the red is out in the lead with a 2.33 and a 1.33. Grace Gosby in the blue sitting in second, chasing a 3.66 to go to first. The winner of this heat will progress on through to the semi-finals to be surfed later today. We are running 25-minute heats throughout the day as it is finals day. Day 3 of the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel QS 2000. $14 minutes on the clock, and coming up next will be the women's quarterfinal heat 4, featuring local Merewether surfer Philippa Anderson in the red and Paige Harrop from New Zealand in the blue. So lots of action still to come here at Merewether Beach. $13 minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. We are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest with an action-packed 10 events across the next few months, including the launch of the inaugural Surf Reflections Junior Series and the finale of the 2025-26 Challenger Series at Merewether in March. For the full schedule, you can visit surffest.com. $12 minutes on the clock. And a big thank you to Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Reflections Holidays, the Beach Hotel, and Cardiff GWM. As we see our current heat leader, Ruby True, up and riding on her backhand, the surfer from North Narrabeen. And Grace Gosby opening her campaign here in this quarterfinal. The nice wrapping carve back into the pocket as she'll wait for this wave to stand up on the inside. and attacks that end section, just unable to hold on there. So the situation is pending as we wait on scores to lock in for both surfers. .11 minutes remaining. .10 minutes remaining. Previous wave of red dropped in at a 2.90. Last wave of red, a 0.30. We are waiting on scores to lock in for the surfer in blue. Just attention to those free surfers on the rocks. We will need to clear that area again. We do have a competitor in the next heat that will surf that bank. So please return to shore and find somewhere else to surf out of the competition zone. First wave of blue drops in at a 3.33. Current situation out in the water, Ruby True in the red is in the lead with a 2.90 and a 2.33. Grace Gosby in the blue sitting in second, chasing a 1.90 as we see Grace Gosby from Cronulla up and riding on this left-hander. And that wave just doesn't offer too much scoring potential there. First priority is with Ruby True in the red. We are waiting on that last wave score for blue. The situation is pending. Just a reminder to those free surfers surfing off the rocks, we do need to clear that area now. We have a competitor in the next heat that will be surfing that bank, and it is still within the competition flags. So we'll need you to find somewhere else to surf. 7 minutes on the clock. Last wave of blue drops in at a 2.77. We have a situation change. Grace Gosby has gone into first position. current situation, Grace Gosby in the blue is in first position. Ruby True in the red chasing a 3.21. As we see Ruby True up and riding on her backhand. Just getting caught behind the section there with 6 minutes remaining. As we see our current heat leader, Grace Gosby, up and riding. She wraps it back to the pocket and looks to tag this end section. Five and a half minutes on the clock. Last wave of red, a 0.67. Five minutes remaining. Surfers in the next heat may paddle out. Just another reminder, those free surfers on the rocks need to return to shore. We do have competitors in the next heat surfing that bank. Last wave of blue drops in at a 3.73, so that has gone into your top two and extended your lead. Grace Gosby in the blue is in first position with a 3.73 and a 3.33. Ruby True in the red now in second, chasing a 4.16 to go to first with 4 minutes remaining. As we see Ruby True in the red up and riding on her backhand on the northern end of the bank. As she links together a nice combination of maneuvers and looks to ride this one right through to the inside there. Three minutes remaining. Just a reminder to those free surfers, please stay north of the competition area. Two and a half minutes remaining. Last wave of red drops in at a 4.83. We have a situation change. Ruby True in the red has gone into first position with a 4.83 and a 2.90. Grace Gosby in the blue now in second with a 3.73 and a 3.33. Grace, you are now chasing a 4.01 to go to first. 2 minutes remaining. Ruby True in the red, you are currently in first position with a 4.83 and a 2.90. Grace Gosby in the blue sitting in second, chasing a 4.01. First priority is with blue, second priority red with 1.5 minutes remaining. It looks like Grace Gosby rolling the dice on this one, using first priority, and just comes unstuck there. First priority is now with our current heat leader in the red, Ruby True. One minute remaining. $40 seconds on the clock. $25 seconds. Last blue, a 1.20. That did not go into your top two. The situation remains the same. Red first, blue second, chasing a 4.01 to go to first. 10 seconds on the clock. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
So Heat 4 of the Novotel Newcastle Beach Women's Pro kicked off with Philippa Anderson getting up and about early, taking a nice little single turn ride through to the shore that scored her a 3.33. So Philippa Anderson opening the scoring with a 3.33. Novotel Newcastle Beach, proud sponsors and naming rights sponsors of this Women's Pro event. We love the team at the Novotel Newcastle Beach. They've been with us now for 10 years supporting our community events and lucky enough to be drawn out as our naming rights sponsors this year. If you haven't been and had a look at the Novotel activation yet, please get yourself up to the lawn area. They've got plenty of giveaways there. And even a little promo for a certain brewery, so get yourself up there and have a look at that. They've got a fantastic happy hour too, 5 to 8 most nights, and a fantastic location there, west end of town. right near the cafes, the beaches, and of course their restaurant's sensational. If you like a bit of brekkie in the morning, nothing better than a hotel breakfast. Get yourself down to the Novotel Newcastle Beach. So it's Philippa Anderson in the red and Paige Harrop in the blue. With Safi Vet losing out to Sarah Baum earlier. Our number 1 hat seed has gone. Number 2 seed, of course, is Paige Harrop, so she'll be keen to take up where her fellow New Zealander couldn't. Philippa Anderson, though, our number 3 seed, will have plenty to say about that. Philippa Anderson, a local surfer, knows these waves well. Finished up in 3rd place earlier in the year at our QS 2000 down at Newcastle Beach. So Philippa will be pretty keen to make herself into the final as we look at Paige Harrop now. Using priority now, up and riding on her backhand side. First turn back into the pocket. And having a 2nd and 3rd look at those as the judges have something to deliberate on there. Paige just getting up and taking that first turn back into the pocket and easing out with another couple after that. "20 minutes left in this heat as we wait for that last score of blue to drop. Philippa Anderson now getting in as she goes right into the rocks here, going up for a 2nd turn. She'll take it back and see what sits up here on the 3rd. Coming off the side there at the end. Philippa with a nice, strong first turn. And taking another couple as she came into close into shore there. First wave of Paige Harrop dropping at a 2.93. So that's a 2.93 for our surfer in blue for her first ride. So the judges giving Philippa Anderson a 5.00 for that 2nd ride. So Philippa Anderson with a 5.00 and a 3.33 out in front of Paige Harrop with a 2.93. So Paige needing a 5.4 off her next ride to advance. So priority with Paige Harrop, but Philippa Anderson having a look at something there. Sneaking the nose of her board out. Paige Harrop up and riding now. The goofy footer on her backhand stance here, coming back into this one. Good 2nd turn. Behind her, Philippa Anderson also having a look. So both surfers with scores to come. Paige Harrop's second turn. The standout of that ride. Philippa Anderson getting herself out, back behind the wave line now to take priority as we await that second wave of Paige Harrop to drop. And drop it does. It's a 3.83 for Paige, so Philippa Anderson still out in front with a 5.00 and a 3.33. Paige Harrop now has a 3.83 and a 2.93. Still have a score of red to drop. Looking to better a 3.33. It is only a 3.10 that last ride, so Philippa's score will remain unchanged. Paige requires a 4.51 to advance. So 15 minutes remaining in this heat. Philippa Anderson, our heat leader with priority. And she's up and riding now using that priority. Great first turn. Coming back at it. And a lovely little third turn there as she brings that one into the beach. Orders herself a nice little espresso latte from Blue Door Cafe on the way through. Yeah, great first turn from Philippa. Paige Harrop now. Paige up and riding. That wave just flattening out on her, so Paige chooses to get back out there and battle Philippa for the priority battle. So judges just finalising their scores for that last ride of both blue and red. Red's last ride, a 6.83. So Philippa Anderson extending her lead with that 6.83. The last of blue was a 2.17, so that won't go into Paige's top two. So current situation with 13 minutes remaining. Philippa Anderson with a 6.83 and a 5.00 in the lead from Paige Harrop, who has a 3.83 and a 2.93. Paige Harrop requiring an 8.00 to proceed. Our good friends at Novotel Newcastle Beach will be finish up their stand around midday. So if you are after any sunscreen or beach buckets, stubby coolers, etc., go down and see the team at Novotel Newcastle Beach, just off to the side of the surf club there. While you're there, book yourself in for a room. Best hotel in town. There's 12 minutes left in this one. Paige Harrop in the blue requiring that 8.00 after a couple of strong rides by Philippa Anderson. Using all that local knowledge to eke out a couple of really good scores there by Philippa. 10 minutes remaining in this heat. With 10 minutes remaining, Philippa Anderson in the red out in front. Paige Harab needing a 8.00 to get through to this next round. Winner of this one will be up against Ruby True, our last heat winner. And I did hint earlier that there's some great holiday giveaways to come, and I've just been told that sometime in the next half hour we will be giving away a stack of Reflections vouchers. So stay tuned to the beach, stay tuned to this broadcast, because in sometime in the next half hour, no one knows when, that is the mystery bit, sometime in the next half hour we will be giving away a stack of Reflections Holiday Park vouchers. And I'm kicking myself because I've already booked my weekend at Seal Rocks next week and didn't have one of those vouchers. But listen, you guys can be smarter than me. Get yourself down there when I make the call. Not just yet, but when I say go, it will be time to get down there. And the first 5 people to the car will be walking away with a holiday voucher. So stand by for that call. It will happen sometime in the next 30 minutes. So, Paige Harab using her priority. Coming into this wave, it looks like it's sitting nicely for her. Great first turn. Can't hold on to the second. Just dug that bottom side in and over she went. It was a real shame. It was setting up nicely. That first turn really did have her on track for that 8, but unfortunately able to ride out of it. So a 4.07, it was a fantastic opening turn for Paige. She now needs 7.76. But I think we saw the blueprint for what she needs to do there. Pick the right wave and start linking those turns together. Philippa Anderson now holding priority, 7.5 minutes remaining. So 7.5 minutes remaining there, Philippa. You have a 6.83 and a 5.00. So Philippa Anderson in the red in front with a 6.83 and a 5.00. Paige Harab with a 4.07 and a 3.83. Paige requires a 7.76 with just under 7 minutes remaining. Philippa up and riding now here. Coming back into that power source as she looks to line up a second turn. Getting in there, and that'll be it. She's looking to better a 5.00. So only the 2 turns on that one. Looking to better the 5.00. Six minutes left in this heat. Paige Harab with priority. So coming up next is semi-final heat number 1 action for the men's. So the Frame Promotional product men's up next. And it is Kobe Clements up against Dane Henry. So Don't go anywhere. That will be an absolute ding-dong semi-final. Kobe Clements up against Dane Henry. Both seeing off all challenges so far. As we have a look out in the water, and it's Paige Harrop up and riding now. Linking gear together. Couple of turns there, chasing that 7.76 as we get the 5-minute warning. So there's 5 minutes left in this heat. It's Philippa Anderson up and riding again. Looking to really lay home that advantage. Gets up on the rails in that second turn. Strong ride there from Philippa. We got scores to come from both. Philippa starting things off with a very strong first turn, cracking back into that power source and coming back out. Getting a little time up on the rails there and bringing that one into the shore. So Paige Harrop looking to better her 3.83. With that last ride, a nice little three-turner. We'll see how the judges went with that one. She needs the 7.76. Unfortunately, only getting a 5.00, so that will better her position. So Paige now with a 5.00 and a 4.07. As she's up and riding, looking for a 6.84. That wave, not keen to give her a 6.84 by look at that one. 3 minutes remaining. Priority with Philippa Anderson, our heat leader. Still got a score to drop. So Philippa looking to better a 5.00. Last wave, a 5.73. So Philippa Anderson extends her lead. Now with a 6.83 and a 5.73. Paige Harrop in second place with a 5.00 and a 4.07. Paige Harrop now requiring a 7.56 to advance. There are 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. Two minutes left in this one to see who's going up against Ruby True in the semi-final next. Philippa Anderson certainly in the box seat, holding a steady lead and priority. Paige Harrop needing a 7.56. Free surfers to the northern ends. Please clear the water. Our next heat surfers will be using that northern end of the competition area, so free surfers to the northern end. Please clear that water. Philippa Anderson utilising her priority here. Saying, no way, Paige, I'm up on this one. And up she is. Great last hit at that one. Not a last hit, she's still going. Looking to better a 5.73. Using that priority wisely there to keep Paige off of a wave that looked pretty good. And Philippa utilising it well. We got a minute left in this one. .30 seconds left. Paige Harrop needing the Hail Mary, needs a 7.56. What will the Ocean deliver? 15 seconds. Here she goes. Chasing that 7.56 with 10 seconds on the clock. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And congratulations, Philippa Anderson, who will go through to face Ruby True in the semi-finals.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burden Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonnie Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
From Narrabeen and Dane Henry from the Gold Coast. As we see Kobe on the northern end of the bank and Dane Henry down on the southern end. Just attention to those free surfers. Can you please move further north? You have drifted into the competition area. The situation is pending. We are waiting on a score to lock in for the surfer in blue. There is 21 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. We are here at Merewether Beach for finals day, day 3 of the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel Newcastle QS 2000. First priority is with red, although priority won't come into play as we have Kobe Clements on his own on the northern end of the bank. As we see him up and riding on this one, it's a nice looking right-hander. So he throws it up there for a second turn. Just a reminder, free surfers, you need to move out of the competition area now, as we see Kobe still up and riding, finishing this one off on the shore, and Dane Henry up and riding on the southern end of the bank. Just coming unstuck there, so we'll wait on scores to lock in from that exchange. $20 minutes remaining in this men's semi-final heat 1. Coming up next, we'll have the men's semi-final heat 2 featuring Mateus Hurdy from Brazil and Arch Whiteman in the blue representing Northern Beaches of Sydney. We are just waiting on scores to lock in for the surfers out in the water. First wave of red drops in at a 7.17. We are still waiting on scores for the surfer in blue. First of blue drops in at a 6.00. That last wave for the surfer in blue, a 3.50. Current situation, Dane Henry in the blue is in first position with a 6.00 and a 3.50. Kobe Clements in the red sitting in second with a 7.17. Kobe, you are chasing a 2.33 to go to first. 18 minutes remaining. $17 minutes remaining in this men's semi-final heat 1. It's been a huge 3 days of action here at Merewether Beach for the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel Newcastle QS 2000. This is a World Surf League qualifying series event. Kobe Clements in the red, currently ranked 7th in the qualifying series, and Dane Henry ranked 15th. So lots on the line for all our surfers on finals day. As we see Dane Henry up and riding on the southern end of the competition area as he looks to line up this end section, goes for the air and gets the rotation. So we'll wait on that score to drop in. 15 minutes remaining. We'll wait on that last wave score for blue to drop in. Be sure to check out the Novotel tent located just beneath the surf club on the grass. They have lots of giveaways and free sunscreen. So be sure to head on over there. And a big thank you to Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Reflections Holidays, the Beach Hotel and Cardiff GWM for making this event possible. As we see Dane Henry up and riding again and just slipping off there. So that will be a throwaway score for Dane Henry. As we see Dane Henry up and riding again, just staying busy out there. Gets the rotation there, wraps it back into the pocket. So very nice surfing there from Dane. So the situation is pending as we wait on scores to lock in for Dane Henry in the blue. He is coming off the back of a win at the ISA Under-18 titles. And he also captained the Australian team to a World Junior gold medal in 2024. As we see Kobe Clemens up and riding on his backhand on the northern end of the bank, and he's on a nice looking left-hander coming back towards us there, but that wave just didn't carry on through with this high tide. Previous wave of blue dropped in at a 7.00. We are waiting on that last wave score for blue. As we see Dane Henry up and riding again, floats the section and it comes around, waiting for this inside section to bowl up for him. And just coming unstuck there with 11.5 minutes on the clock. Dane Henry just staying nice and busy and having fun with it. Previous wave of blue drops in at an 8.83. We are still waiting on scores to drop in with 10 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock in this men's semi-final heat 1. Coming on next will be semi-final heat 2, featuring Mateus Hurdy from Brazil and Arch Whiteman from Sydney. Last of red, a 2.63. Last of blue, a 2.67. So the current situation is Dane Henry in the blue is out in first position with an 8.83 and a 7.00. Kobe Clements in the red sitting in second with a 7.17 and a 2.63. Kobe, you are chasing an 8.67 to go to first. The winner of this heat will progress on through to the final to be surfed later on today. Following the men's semi-finals, we will move on through to the women's semi-finals. So lots of action still to come here at Merewether. Nine minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. Eight minutes on the clock, and it is Dane Henry in the blue out in the lead with an 8.83 and a 7.00. Kobe Clements in the red sitting in second with a 7.17 and a 2.63. Chasing an 8.67 to go to first. Seven minutes remaining. Six and a half minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. Blue first, red second, chasing an 8.67 to go to first. Frame Promotional Products is our naming rights partner to this weekend's World Surf League qualifying series Newcastle QS 2000. Greg, Matt and the team have been long-term supporters of Surfest. We are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surfest with an action-packed 10 events across the next few months, including the launch of the inaugural Surf Reflections Junior Series and the finale of the 2025-26 Challenger Series at Merewether in March. 5 minutes remaining. Four minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. Coming out next will be the men's semi-final heat 2, featuring Mattea Turdi in the red and Arch Whiteman in the blue. Three and a half minutes on the clock as we see Kobe Clements having a look at this one. The 7-time New South Wales champion up and riding on a nice looking right-hander. So he attacks that first section and just gets hung up there on the second. We'll wait on that score to drop in with 3 minutes on the clock. As we see Dane Henry, our current heat leader, up and riding in the blue. It's a nice bowly section to work with here. And it just gets hung up on the foam climb there. 2.5 minutes on the clock, and laughs of red, a 3.37. That has gone into your top two. However, you are still chasing a score. We are waiting on that last wave score for blue to lock in. The situation is pending. One and a half minutes on the clock. We are just waiting on scores to lock in. As we see Kobe Clements on the northern end of the bank, rolling the dice on this one. So he opts to go right. And that wave just closing out on him there. With 1 minute on the clock. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds, and Kobe Clements still chasing an 8.67. Attention to countdown in 3, 2, 1. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to pass you over to Shane now to take you through this event's semi-final between 2.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Taking a nice little tag there into the shore. So we've got the surfer down the southern end is Matthias Hardy in the red. Up the north we have Arch Whiteman riding that northern bank. First wave of Arch was a 2.67. Matthias getting busy early. Well, he's 3 rides already. The third one with a lovely little tag coming into the shore. Really leant back hard on that one. So Matthias having a wonderful year. He's already cleaned up a QS 6000 back in Brazil. Scoring in the high 18s, believe it or not, with a 9 and a 9.7. So the Brazilian can really surf. Of course, we saw him here earlier in the year at the Burton Automotive Surf Fest, where he finished 9th. Then went over to the US and cleaned up with a 2nd in the US Open of Surfing. So Matthias Hardy having a fantastic year. He'll be looking to go up against Dane Henry in this final, as we see him up and riding again. And we've still got scores to drop for Matthias's last 2 rides now. There's Arch Whiteman up and riding up that northern bank now. Getting a good look at the first and second. And then just not able to hold on. So Matthias Hardy stacking runs down this southern end. His third run was a 6.83. Still another score of red to come and also that last ride of blue. So stand by. We will give you an update on the scores as soon as they drop. 20 minutes left in this one. Arch Whiteman taking this one to his forehand side this time. Getting a good first hit, spinning all the way around on that one. He's riding this one all the way in. Will it stand up for him on the inside? A little tag there as he comes into the shore. So Arch Whiteman spinning that one right round like a record, baby, and then bringing that into the shore. Last wave of red has just been scored at 3.33, so that does improve Mateus' situation. So still a score for blue to drop. We'll give a quick situation update once that occurs. Mateus just looking at that one, letting it go by. Just waiting for that last score of blue to drop. He's looking to better at 2.07. And better he does with a 4.50. So with 17.5 minutes remaining, Mateus Hardy has a 6.83 and a 3.33. Leading the pack, Arch Whiteman in second with a 4.50 and a 2.67. So Arch Whiteman requires a 5.67 for the lead. It's been a lovely sunny morning here at Merewether Beach as Mateus Hardy paddles into this one and up and riding now. Great first turn back into the pocket. Comes out, comes down a little bit. Building speed now. Looking to better his 3.33. It was a solid first turn to Mateus. Beautiful sunny day here. It'd be a lovely day if you weren't here watching the surfing to be test driving at Cardiff GWM. The crew at Cardiff GWM, big sponsors of surfing in the Newcastle area. course, we've got the Tank 300 and the H6 Hybrid Electric out there, and they are beautiful cars. Get yourself along to GWM Cardiff and request just a little test drive. See what they can do for you. Tell them I sent you. I don't know what to do, but you can just tell them. So 14 and a half minutes left in this one. Matthias Hardy out in front with a 6.83 and a 5.33. Arch Whiteman with a 4.50 and a 2.67 needs a 7.66. Matthias Hardy pedaling at this one now. Going in fast. Travelling across now with plenty of speed and throwing the 360 right into that one. Matthias built plenty of speed down the line and then threw everything at that one. Could the free surface at the northern end of the beach just be mindful of the competition area and stay to the north of that flag, please? If you are at the northern end of the beach, please stay north of the competition area flag. And up that northern end, we see Arch Wyman looking at this one and just not able to hold on to the front of that wave. He'll reset and go again. Still got a score to drop for Matthias Hardy. Okay, that last score of red now dropping in at 2.97, but Matthias up and at it again. A little airdrop there as he brings it into the shore. Matthias really milking these smaller waves down the southern end, getting plenty of rides. That last one scoring a 2.73, so won't better his score. So 10 and a half minutes remaining in this one. Matthias Hardy out in front, Arch Whiteman in second position, Arch requiring a 7.66. We've got 10 minutes left in this heat. So with 10 minutes remaining, Matthias Hardy is out in front with a 6.83 and a 5.33. In second position, Arch Whiteman with a 4.50 and a 2.67. So Arch requires a 7.66 to advance with just under 10 minutes left in this heat. And just another reminder for the free surfers up the northern end. Please stay well clear of the competition area, free surfers. Please stay well north of the competition flag. Matthias Hardy really getting busy down this southern end. So it's just waiting for that last score of red to drop. Looking to better a 5.33. We've got 8 minutes left in this one. Arch Whiteman having a bit of a look now. Looking out on the horizon, seeing what's there. He's chasing something that might give him a 7.66. And that last of red, as we see Matthias up and riding again. So the previous wave of red was a 4.17, so not bettering his score. Arch Whiteman still needing that 7.66. The winner of this heat will be going through to face off against Dane Henry in our final, as Arch Whiteman up the northern end now, having a bit of a look at this one. And he's up and riding. Going the backhand side here, getting a solid first turn in, and that's all that one will give him. Looking to better a 2.67. It's going to be a long way from that 7.66 he needs. The judge is giving that one a 2.07, so that won't better Archer's score. So Arch Whiteman still requiring a 7.66. There are 6 minutes remaining in this heat. So the winner will go up against Dane Henry, who in that last heat we saw throw down a combined score of 15.83. A couple of very high scoring waves in that. So it'll be a right battle for the winner of this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring you to you live and free from this Merewether Beach. As we see Arch Whiteman now paddling south. So Arch Whiteman paddling south now, heading down to the rocks. There are 5 minutes left in this heat. So with 5 minutes remaining, Arch Whiteman heading down to the rocks area. Looks like he's going to take this one toe-to-toe with Mateus down on the rocks. Mateus enjoying the clear wave for the moment. Building some speed now. And letting that one move forward. So the Frame Promotional Products Men's Pro coming to you from Merewether Beach. Frame Promotional Products, a wonderful little local business just up on Brunker Road in Adamstown. If you're in the market for anything promotional, go up and see them. The hats and shirts the crew have been wearing have been absolutely sensational. They do everything, keychains, stubby holders, you name it. Frame Promotional Products will do it. Greg and Matt will look after you too. As we see Mateus Hardy paddling in now. Getting a look at that first turn and hoping this one holds up as he builds speed now and throws it around and rides out of that. You could see that from the minute he took off. He had eyes down the line, waiting for it to sit. And then when it did, he threw it around. 3 minutes left now. Still got a score to drop for Mateus. So as it stands, still a wave to drop for Mateus, but Arch Whitman needing a 7.66 with a one score still to come. So he's looking to better a 5.33. He did have a nice aerial turn there to finish that one off. Arch Whiteman looking now. Getting his first wave down on this southern bank by the rocks. Getting a couple of turns in just to say hello to the break. So the scores have now dropped for that. Last ride of Mateus was a 6.67, so that did better his score. So Mateus Hardy extending his score now with a 6.83 and a 6.67. Arch Whiteman with a 4.50 and a 2.67. Arch Whiteman requires a 9.00 with 1 minute 40 on the clock. Arch needing a 9.00. So Arch Whiteman with the score to drop yet. Just waiting to see what that last ride was. He does need a 9.00. One minute left in this one. That last score for Arch, a 3.73. So Arch still needing the 9.00. Less than a minute now on the clock. Arch with his work cut out for him. He needs a wave and a big one at that. Priority is sitting with red too. Our heat leader, Mateus Hardy, with the priority. Seconds left in this one now. Ten seconds left in this one. Arch Whiteman looking for a Hail Mary with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not going to get there for Arch. Congratulations, Mateus Hardy.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
.23 minutes on the clock, and first of blue, a 1.67. Likely a throwaway score for Sarah Baum, the Olympian. Coming up next, we'll have semi-final heat 2 of the women's, featuring Ruby True in the red from Narrabeen and Philippa Anderson in the blue. Local surfer from Merewether. As we see Charlie Haitley up and riding on her backhand. Using priority on this one. And she'll kick on out of there. First of red drops in at a 3.50, taking Charlie Haitley in the red into first position with a 3.50, and Sarah Baum in the blue sitting in second with a 1.67, chasing a 1.84 to go to first. Just on 21 minutes remaining. As we see Sarah Baum in the blue up and riding on her backhand. Was a nice opening turn. She wraps it back into the pocket, waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside. And we'll leave that one up to the judges there. 20 minutes on the clock. First priority now with Charlie Haitley in the red. The 16-year-old from Burleigh Heads, currently ranked third on the World Surf League qualifying series. As we see Charlie Haitley just a little too deep on that one, so she'll kick out the back. First priority is now with Sarah Baum in the blue. Last of blue drops in at a 5.00. We have a situation change. Sarah Baum in the blue has gone into first position with a 5.00 and a 1.67. Charlie Haitley in the red sitting in second, chasing a 3.18 to go to first. As we see Charlie taking off on this one, as she links together a nice combination of maneuvers and has to navigate a tricky section there at the end. So we'll wait on that score to lock in. First priority is with our current heat leader, Sarah Baum in the blue. Novotel Newcastle Beach is this year's Women's Pro naming rights partner and have been on the crowdfunding journey with Surfest for 10 years. They're situated on the doorstep of Newcastle Beach and commands the corner of a beachside city block. Obviously, we made the move with this event over to Merewether as the conditions have been better over this side of the hill. First priority is still with blue. Second priority, red. Last of red dropped in at a 3.50. We have a situation change. Charlie Haitley in the red has gone back into first position with a 3.50 and a 3.50. Sarah Baum in the blue sitting in second, chasing a 2.00 to go back into first. As we see Sarah Baum scratching into this one. It's a nice opening turn. She'll wait for this wave to stand up with a double up section and does well to navigate that one. 16 minutes on the clock. First priority now with red. Fifteen and a half minutes on the clock and a lot on the line for this women's semi-final heat 1. The winner will progress on through to the final to be surfed later today. As we see Charlie Haitley up and riding on her backhand. And she'll kick on out of there. 15 minutes remaining. Just waiting on scores to lock in. The situation is pending. As we see Charlie up and riding on the inside here. And a nice end section to work with. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there. So we are just waiting on scores in this women's semi-final Heat 1. "14 minutes on the clock. Last of Blue drops in at a 5.43. That has gone into your top two. We are just waiting on that last wave score for Charlie Haitley in the red. Coming up next will be the women's semi-final Heat 2, featuring Ruby True in the red from Narrabeen and Philippa Anderson in the blue, the local surfer from Merewether. Last wave of red, 2.37, and previous wave of red, a 3.33. Those scores didn't go into your top two, so the situation remains the same. Sarah Baum in the blue is out in first position with a 5.43 and a 5.00. Charlie Haitley in the red sitting in second with a 3.50 and a 3.50. Charlie, you are chasing a 6.93 to go to first. We are here at Merewether for finals day, day 3 of the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel QS 2000. This is a World Surf League qualifying series event. Be sure to check out the Novotel tent located just underneath the surf club, as they have lots of giveaways. "11 minutes remaining, and the situation does remain the same. Sarah Baum in the blue out in the lead, and Charlie Haitley in the red in second, chasing a 6.93 to go into first position. The winner of this heat will surf again in the final, so there's a lot on the line for both of these surfers. "10 minutes remaining out the water, and we are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest with an action-packed 10 events across the next few months, including the launch of the inaugural Surf Reflections Junior Series and the finale of the 2025-26 Challenger Series at Merewether in March. So be sure to visit surffest.com to check out the full schedule of events. 9 minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same as we see Charlie Haitley having a look at that one. That wave just not offering too much scoring potential there. As we see Sarah Baum up and riding in the blue. It's a nice opening turn. Throws it up there for another and just comes unstuck there. So with 8 minutes on the clock, we'll wait on that score to lock in for Sarah Baum. Last of blue, a 2.13. That won't go into your top two, so the situation remains the same. Sarah Baum out in the lead with a 5.43 and a 5.00. Charlie Haitley in the red, sitting in second with a 3.50 and a 3.50, chasing a 6.93 to go to first. Frame Promotional Products is our naming rights partner to this weekend's World Surf League qualifying series, Newcastle QS 2000. Greg, Matt and the team have been long-term supporters of Surfest. 6.5 minutes remaining. Six minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. Sarah Baum in the blue out in the lead, and Charlie Haitley in the red chasing a 6.93 to go to first. And a big thank you to Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Reflections Holidays, the Beach Hotel, and Cardiff GWM for making this event possible. Five minutes remaining. Surfers in the next heat make their way out to the lineup. That will be the women's semi-final heat 2, featuring Ruby True in the red and Philippa Anderson in the blue. As we see Sarah Baum rolling the dice on this one. And that wave just not offering much scoring potential. First priority now with Charlie Haitley in the red, as we see her up and riding on her backhand and links together a nice combination of maneuvers, finishing off nicely. So we'll wait on a score to lock in for Charlie in the red. 4 minutes remaining. Last of blue, 0.87. The last of red is still pending. Three minutes remaining. Be sure to stick around. There's still lots of action still to come with the women's semi-final heat 2 coming up next. We'll then have the men's final and the women's final as the last heat of the day, as we see Sarah Baum in the blue getting the fins nice and loose there. The surfer from Durban in South Africa, now living in Newcastle and surfing for East End board riders. The scores are pending with 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. First priority is with red, Charlie Haitley. Two minutes remaining. One and a half minutes on the clock, and the situation is pending. We are waiting on a score for both surfers. As we see Charlie Haitley using priority on this one. A nice two-turn combo. Unfortunately, just gets a little hung up on the end there. 1 minute on the clock. First priority now is Sarah Baum in the blue. Previous wave of red drops in at a 5.73. That has gone into your top two. However, not enough to move into first. We are still waiting on scores to lock in with 30 seconds on the clock. We see Charlie Haitley up and riding again, staying nice and busy, riding out of that one nicely with 20 seconds on the clock. First priority now is Sarah Baum in the blue. 10 seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are on hold, so surfers in the next heat, please hold your position.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Day 3 action from the Novotel Newcastle Beach Women's Pro event. It's our second semi-final. Ruby True and Philippa Anderson battling it out to see who goes up against Sarah Baum to take that championship trophy. Of course, we are coming to you today live from Merewether Beach. Wonderful stretch of beach. As we see Ruby and Philippa now paddling south in search of something. Newcastle, New South Wales coastline, absolutely spectacular. So Destination New South Wales, proud sponsors of this event and all our Surfest events. The state's major body for tourism events, and Destination New South Wales really turn it on. They've got plenty to work with, from the beaches on the coast through the national parks, spectacular cities such as Newcastle and Sydney. We thank Destination New South Wales for their continued support. And beaming these pictures live to viewers around the world really helps promote New South Wales. And we thank Destination New South Wales for that support. Surfers heading very far south now at the front of the ladies' pavilion. As the waves have changed today, so too is the tactics of the surfers. This set rolling through now. Both surfers having a look. "19 minutes left in this one. And the cat and mouse game continues as both surfers look to get their first ride. Ruby and Phillip are now paddling back up north. Coming towards the northern end of the rocks. Philippa Anderson up and riding now to open her account. Coming back for that second one as she heads into the rock area. And just manoeuvring the board away from those rocks as she pulls up on the end of that one. Let the scorers do their work there on that first wave of this heat. 17 minutes remaining. Philippa Anderson really getting everything out of that ride. Getting within millimetres of the rocks as she came in there. So Philippa Anderson opening up her account with a 4.67. So a nice little mid-range score there to open up Philippa's semi-final run. Ruby True now having a look at this wave. Choosing not to take that one. Ruby True up and riding now. Coming in on the backhand side for Ruby. Following this right-hand break now. Behind her, Philippa Anderson liking what she's seeing and going up for another one as well. Philippa just peeling off that one and will paddle back out to attempt to gain priority. Ruby True sneaking in under priority here, taking the inside wave. Up and riding now. In with a second turn as she comes into the shoreline. We've got a couple of scores to drop now for Ruby and another to drop for Philippa. The first wave of Ruby True dropping in at a 3.17. Her second ride is still to be scored. Second to Philippa's at 2.40. Philippa Anderson up. As we wait for scores to drop for both Philippa and Ruby. Don't go anywhere. We've got men's final action coming up next. Dane Henry and Matthias Hardy. That promises to be a ding-dong battle. Both Dane and Matthias taking to the air in their semi-finals and quarterfinals, setting big scores. So the last wave of Philippa Anderson, a 3.30. The last of Ruby True, a 3.23. So situation update with just over 11 minutes remaining. Philippa Anderson is in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.30. Ruby True in second position with a 3.23 and a 3.17. So Ruby True requires a 4.74 to advance with 11 minutes remaining. course, not only are we bringing you the live action from the beach, also on our webcast, but the good folk from NBN News, our local station for the Newcastle area, big shout out to them for all the coverage they've given over the last 3 days. They've been here again today with their cameras. They've been interviewing some of the local hopefuls. They've chatted with Julian Wilson on Friday and Ryan Callanan on Saturday. Great to see the NBN News team out and about covering our local events. 9.5 minutes in this one. Philippa Anderson out in front with Ruby True requiring a 4.74. Philippa Anderson eyeing that one off. Ruby True with priority. So we've got men's final action coming up after this, which will be followed by the women's final. Ruby True up and riding now. Built some speed into that first turn, but unable to get out cleanly and hit for a second. Judges will have a look at that. She's aiming to beat a 3.17. Coming in at a 1.07, so they won't add to her score. As Philippa Anderson behind her up and riding now. Also jumping over the back. And there'll be a paddle battle now to see who gets priority. Philippa Anderson just in front. And get there she does. So Philippa Anderson maintaining priority. Still our heat leader with 7.5 minutes remaining. Philippa Anderson with a 4.76 and a 3.30. Just in front of Ruby True, who has a 3.23 and a 3.17. So Ruby needing a 4.74 to advance. So the winner of this one will face off with Sarah Baum in our grand final for the women's, the Novotel Newcastle Beach Women's Pro event. Of course, our Frame Promotional Products Men's Pro coming up next in 7 minutes' time. We'll have presentations after that. And then after that, I dare say it'll be a great opportunity to get up the Beach Hotel. Proud sponsors. As Ruby True up and riding this one. Beach Hotel, proud sponsors of Surfest. We had our event launch there on Thursday night. Wonderful night. And I tell you what, that front balcony on a sunny day, not many places that are better to be than the Beach Hotel front balcony. Beautiful cold drinks, sensational food, Peregrine Restaurant at the top, one of the best restaurants in town. So get along to the Beach Hotel as Ruby True up and riding on this inside wave. Philippa Anderson not to be outdone. Lining up on the outside, unable to stick that first turn. 6 minutes left in this one. So Ruby True sneaking an inside wave in there and getting a couple of turns in. And unfortunately, Philippa Anderson unable to hold that first turn on her last wave. So Ruby True looking to beat a 3.17. She needs a 4.74. Dropping in at a 2.90 that last wave. So Ruby's last wave at 2.90 will not advance her position. We have 5 minutes left in this second semi-final. 5 minutes remaining. Philippa Anderson with a 4.67 and a 3.30 out in front. Ruby True with a 3.23 and a 3.17, needing a 4.74 to advance. And just under 5 minutes left in this one. So don't go anywhere in 5 minutes' time. It's Philippa Anderson up and riding now. Board just getting away from that one. So less than 5 minutes now to our men's final kicks off. And that will be Dane Henry in the red against Matthias Hardy in the blue. Australia versus Brazil. Dane Henry looking to use his local knowledge against the Brazilian. Matthias finishing ninth though at Surfest earlier this year, so he knows this wave pretty well as well. 4 minutes left in this women's second semi-final. Ruby True up and riding, building some speed now, back into the pocket. Waiting for this wave to sit back up again. And it does, she gets a last turn into that. So she's looking to better that 3.17. Ruby getting a nice second turn there on the shore. So we have a score still to drop for Ruby True. Trying to better a 3.17. So Ruby needs a 4.74. And she gets a 4.87. So situation update. Ruby True now in the lead with a 4.87 and a 3.23. Philippa Anderson up and riding now. Good last hit there from Philippa. 2 minutes left in this one. So Philippa still with a wave to score, but Ruby True up and riding again after taking the lead on that last wave. As we wait for the judges to give us a score of Philippa there, she's needing a 3.44 after that last wave of Ruby True came in. So we'll let the judges have a look at that, and I'll give you an update as soon as that happens. 1 minute 40 left in this one. A minute and a half left. Philippa looking to better a 3.30. One minute left, and priority is with our heat leader, Ruby True. Philippa Anderson gets a 4.33, so leverages herself back into the lead now. Ruby True looking to wrestle this one back as she heads towards the rocks. So Philippa Anderson's last wave, a 4.33, giving her the lead back. 40 seconds left in this one. And that situation update, 30 seconds. Philippa Anderson in the lead with a 4.67 and a 4.33. Ruby True requires a 4.13 with 20 seconds remaining. Philippa Anderson with priority, using priority now, 15 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Looking like that. No, that may not be the last. 3, 2, 1. Ruby True up and riding still. So Ruby True.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections Bonnie Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
As Dane Henry opening up his finals run with a lovely little 3-turn combo. And Matthias Hardy having a look at that one, but not liking what he sees there for scoring potential, so ducking out the back to maintain priority by the look of things as he gets over the back there. So Matthias Hardy from Brazil, as we mentioned earlier, had some fantastic success this year. 9th in the local event here, Surfest, earlier this year. Winning some QS 6000s over in Brazil. Dane Henry, our current junior world champion as well, so plenty of talent in this one. So Matthias Hardy's uncle Guilherme Hardy won the main event back in 1996. So there's some family history here for the Brazilian as he looks to take out this Frame Promotional Products Men's Pro QS 2000. Dane Henry also wanting to have something to say about that. And Dane Henry's first score locking in at 5.00. So Dane Henry holding on to that lead at the moment with a 5.00. There'll be plenty of scores yet to come, though. Dare I say it, there'll be quite a few airs thrown in the mix from these two. So Dane Henry under priority. behind him, Mateus having a look and saying no. So that second wave of Dane Henry, a 1.83. So just over 25 minutes left in this one, these 30-minute finals. Dane Henry with a 5.00 and a 1.83. Mateus Hurdy with a 0.67. Dane Henry on the inside. Having a sneaky look, but opting out of that. Frame Promotional Products, our naming rights sponsor for this event. Long-time contributors to the Surfest community event space. Over 10 years of contributing to Surfest community events. Fantastic guys, fantastic products. They're located up on Brunker Road, Adamstown. If you need a hat, a t-shirt, a stubby holder, you name it, Frame Promotional Products have got it. Go and see Greg, Matt and the team. Tell them I sent you. They'll look after you. If you've got anything coming up that you need some promotional material for, be it work or an event, get along to Frame Promotional Products. And I said they had hats and stubby holders and whatever else. They have 10,000 products that they can call on. So Frame Promotional Products, literally everything, just about including the kitchen sink, you can stick a logo on. Out in the water, there's 23 and a half minutes left in this one. Dane Henry out in front with a 5.00 and a 1.83. Mateus Hardy with just the 0.67. So Dane Henry, once again under priority, having a look at this one. Just faded out on him, but behind him, Mateus Hurdy also having a look. Dane Henry getting right back up. Dane Henry on the inside now, coming at this one. He knows what he wants, and that wasn't it. But rest assured, once he sees what he likes, he'll be taking to the sky. We did get clearance from Williamtown Airport for Dane and Mateus to fly as high as they wanted in this men's final. So priority sitting with our blue surfer, Mateus Hurdy. 2,000 valuable points in the WSL QS series up for grabs here this afternoon. For those watching along for the first time, these events count towards a ranking system. You progress through the qualifying series to the Challenger Series, and if you get through the Challenger Series, the World Tour awaits. And early next March, we'll see more of that Challenger Series as the Surfest main event comes to town. Final stop on this year's Challenger Series, so those highly valuable golden tickets to the Championship Tour will be up for grabs this March here at Merewether Beach for Surfest 2026. It is the 40th running of Surfest this year as well, so a 10-event carnival starting with this event, running right throughout the summer period. So get yourself onto the Surfest webpage. Make sure you're following Surfest on Instagram and Facebook and keep up with all the action, because plenty of events still to come as we roll through to that main event in March. And just a quick page for JT and Reggie, if you can make your way upstairs, please. JT and Reggie. So 19 minutes left in this one. And Matthias Hurdy in the blue holds priority. Dane Henry paddling into this one. And throwing it as he came into shore, but unable to stick the landing there, Dane. So Matthias up and riding now. Solid first turn of that one. Comes back into the white water, looking for what's going to sit up here. And that'll be Matthias's best scoring wave so far, I dare say. We'll wait for the judges to give us a score there, and I'll update you shortly. It's a solid first turn by Matthias. Dane Henry getting in on the action. Oh, throwing it again. So 17 minutes left in this one. Just waiting for a score of the last of blue to drop, and I'll give you an update once that happens. So that last ride of Matthias Hurdy, a 4.17. So situation update. 16 and a half minutes remaining. In the front is Dane Henry with a 5.00 and a 1.90. Matthias Hurdy with a 4.17 and a 0.77 requires a 2.74 to take the win. Hurdy now up under priority. Unable to stick the landing there. That lasted blue at 2.17. So, Mateus, that does better your position, but still sitting in second place, requiring a 2.74. So 15 minutes remaining in this one. We're halfway through this half-hour final. 15 minutes left. Dane Henry with a 5.0 and a 1.90. Out in front of Mateus Hardy with a 4.17 and a 2.17. So Mateus requiring a 2.74. We've got 15 minutes left in this one. Dane Henry using his priority here. Building now into this shore break. Close to sticking that one, but not landing the rotation. So last of Dane Henry, a 2.40. It does better his lower score. So Dane Henry extending his lead now with a 5.00 and a 2.40. Ahead of Mateus Hurdy with a 4.17 and a 2.17. So Mateus now requiring a 3.24. Mateus up and riding. Solid ride there. He's looking to better at 2.17. Dane Henry popping up out of the whitewater. Still got a score to drop for blue. And that was the last ride of his, the little three-turn one finishing up on the shore. Looking to better at 2.17. So 11 minutes left, and that last score of Mateus dropping in at a 4.60. So there is a situation update. Mateus Hurdy now in the lead. So Mateus Hurdy with a 4.60 and a 4.17. Dane Henry with a 5.0 and a 2.4. So Dane Henry requiring a 3.77 with 11 minutes left on the clock. Dane Henry with that last ride looking to chase down a 3.77, bettering a 2.4 if he can. Mateus Hardy up and riding now. Building speed across this one, going to the air. Unfortunately coming down without the board, but what an exciting ride. We've got scores to come in now from both Dane and Mateus. 9 minutes left in this one. So both surfers looking to better a relatively low score. So Dane looking to better a 2.4. As he's up and riding again. Nothing doing on that one. So Dane Henry needing a 3.77, unfortunately only getting a 2.83 off that last one. Slightly bettering his position, but Dane Henry still now needing a 3.77. Still a score from Mateus Hardy to drop. 8 minutes remaining in this men's final. Dane Henry looking so the last of Mateus, a 3.50, not going into your top two. So situation remains the same with 7 minutes 20 remaining. Mateus Hardy with a 4.60 and a 4.17 out in front. Dane Henry with a 5.00 and a 2.83. Dane requires a 3.77 with 7 minutes remaining. Dane straight on it. Coming into the shore. Rotating and just popping out of that one. So Dane looking to better at 2.83, requiring that 3.77. Hardy up and riding now. Straight up and out the back. So neither of those last two waves from either rider adding to their score. Blue up and riding now. Getting the rotation there was Mateus Hardy. Coming in to see what this inside break will do for him. Dane Henry now. So 5.5 minutes remaining with scores to drop for both surfers. We'll give you an update as soon as they do drop. Five minutes remaining in this one. 5 minutes left. as we wait for those last scores to drop. So Mateus dropping a 5.50 on his last ride, extending his lead. And he looks to get straight back into it. Still a score of red to lock in. 4 minutes left. And we'll give you the update once that does drop. Three minutes left. And it's last of red has dropped in, doesn't better his score. So with 3 minutes remaining, Mateus Hurdy out in front with a 5.87 and a 5.50. Dane Henry, 5.00 and a 2.83. Dane Henry needing a 6.37 with 2 minutes 40 remaining. Mateus Hurdy under priority now. Throwing it and landing it. Coming in for another dip here in the shoreline. He's looking to extend that lead. Judges having a look at that one now. So as it stands, before that one is scored, Dane Henry needing a 6.37 with 2 minutes left on the clock. So Dane looking for a 6.37. Don't go anywhere. A couple of locals, Sarah Baum and Philippa Anderson, coming up next. Dane Henry up and riding now. He'll throw everything at this. Mateus Hurdy building some speed now. Eyeing something off, but the wave just not sitting for him. So we've still got scores to drop in for both surfers. One minute remaining. Dane Henry needing a big score here with a minute left. Mateus Hurdy just locking in a 6.17, so Mateus extending his lead. Dane Henry now needing a 7.04 with 45 seconds left. So Dane Henry needing to throw everything at this one. Needs a 7.04. He's paddling at this one. Big first turn. And again, building some speed now as he comes across this. And lands it. There we go. Well, he needs a 7.04, folks, with 15 seconds remaining. Blue up and riding now. There's 10 seconds remaining, and the judges will have some work to do here. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, what an exciting finish there. We've got the judges heavy in their calculators now looking at this one. Dane Henry throwing everything at that one with about 30 seconds left. Wowee. Surface in the water, hold. We will wait for these scores to be finalised. So on hold in the water while the judges work out this final score for Dane Henry. As the viewers at home watching the replay now of Dane Henry's last ride, judges still deliberating. So he needs a 7.04. It comes in at a 9.17. Congratulations, Dane Henry. The best score of the competition, the best score of today, a 9.17 with 30 seconds remaining. Congratulations, Dane Henry. Your Frame Promotional Products Men's Pro QS 2000 champion. As he's chaired off the beach, congratulations, Dane. Commiserations, Matthias, a fantastically surfed heat. Well done. We can't wait to see you back here again in March.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonnie Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
First priority is with Sarah Baum in the red as we wait on scores to lock in for both surfers. With 27 minutes on the clock, we see Sarah Baum up and riding again on a smaller inside wave. but she surfs this wave well and looks for the end section. Just getting unstuck there. First priority now with Philippa Anderson in the blue. .26.5 minutes on the clock. And Sarah Baum was the first surfer to make the move down to the southern end of the bank today. Paid off for her, dropping some high scores and progressing on through the rounds into the final. We've had great conditions the last 3 days for the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel QS 2000 here at Newcastle Beach. First wave of red drops in at a 5.50. Last of red, a 3.83. And first of blue, a 3.17. So current situation is Sarah Baum in the red is out in the lead. Philippa Anderson in the blue sitting in second, chasing a 6.16 to go to first. As we see Sarah Baum taking off on this one under priority. She gets a nice opening turn, throws it up there for another, and she'll kick out of that one. .24 minutes on the clock, and it's been a great start to this women's final here at Merewether. Novotel Newcastle Beach is this year's Women's Pro naming rights partner, and they have been on the crowdfunding journey with Surfest for 10 years. We did make the move from Newcastle Beach over to Merewether due to the conditions being better over here. This is the last heat of the day, and there is 23 minutes remaining. Last wave of red drops in at a 6.50. Sarah, that has gone into your top two. You're now in the lead with a 6.50 and a 5.50. Philippa Anderson in the blue sitting in second, now chasing an 8.83 to go to first. .22 minutes remaining. We are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surffest with an action-packed 10 events across the next few months, including the launch of the inaugural Surf Reflections Junior Series and the finale of the 2025-26 Challenger Series at Merewether in March. For the full schedule of events, you can visit surffest.com. And a big thank you to Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Reflections Holidays, the Beach Hotel, and Cardiff GWM. First priority is with blue, second priority red. As we see Philippa Anderson using priority on this one. It's a smaller looking wave as she carves back into the pocket. And that wave just not offering too much scoring potential. So it is Sarah Baum out the back with first priority in the red. Last of blue locks in at a 3.10. That has gone into your top two. However, you're still in second position, chasing an 8.83 to go to first. .20 remaining. We are having a 30-minute final, so lots of time still for both surfers in this last heat of the day at Merewether for the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel QS 2000. First priority is with red, second priority blue. As we see Sarah Baum in the red scratching into this one, using priority. As she'll wait for this inside section to stand up for her. And gets the fins nice and loose on that last turn. 19 minutes on the clock. And it is Sarah Baum, representing South Africa, out in the lead with lots of confidence coming off the back of a win in her hometown of Durban in South Africa. That was also a QS 2000, so should be hoping to come away with another QS 2000 win here at Merewether. First priority is with Philippa Anderson in the blue. Just a reminder, we will be having the presentation following this heat, so be sure to head on down to the grassed area just below the surf club. Last of red drops in at a 5.70. That has gone into your top two and extended your lead. You're now in the lead with a 6.50 and a 5.70. Philippa Anderson in the blue, you are in second. Now chasing a 9.03 to go to first. .17 minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. As we saw both surfers just taking a look at that one. There's plenty of time on the clock to be selective out there with 16 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this women's final. We just saw Dane Henry take out the men's final and Matthias Hurdy coming in second. Fifteen and a half minutes on the clock. And it is Sarah Baum in the red out in the lead with a 6.50 and a 5.70. Philippa Anderson in the blue chasing a 9.03. We know she's capable of it, having won Surfest here in the past and local to Merewether. I'm sure she's surfed this point millions of times. 15 minutes on the clock. We're halfway through this women's final. As we see Sarah Baum, our current heat leader, up and riding on this one. Just staying nice and busy out there, having a bit of fun with it. Last wave of red, a 2.83 that has not gone into your top two. As we see Philippa Anderson up and riding, using priority on this one. It's a nice bolly section. We'll wait on that score to lock in there for Merewether surfer Philippa Anderson. .13 minutes on the clock, and last of blue, a 3.77 that has gone into your top two. However, you are still in second position, chasing an 8.43 to go to first. .12 minutes remaining out in the water. Sarah Baum in the red is out in the lead, and Philippa Anderson in the blue chasing an 8.43. And Dane Henry showed us in the last heat that anything is possible. So he scored a 9.17 with 30 seconds on the clock. We've seen great conditions over the last 3 days here at Merewether. We are here for the Frame Promotional Products and Novotel QS 2000. This is a World Surf League qualifying series event. $11 minutes remaining. First priority red, second priority blue. $10 minutes remaining. We are 2/3 of the way through this women's final, the last heat of the event. And Sarah Baum is out in the lead with a 6.50 and a 5.70. Philippa Anderson in the blue sitting in second with a 3.77 and a 3.17. Philippa, you are chasing an 8.43 to go to first. $8 minutes and 40 seconds. We've seen the conditions slow up a little bit here. First priority is with red, second priority blue. As we see Philippa Anderson rolling the dice on this one. It's the Merewether surfer linking together a nice combination of maneuvers there and having to navigate a tricky section at the end. So the crowd going wild for that one. We'll wait and see what the judges have to say. Last wave of blue drops in at a 5.27. So that has gone into your top two and reduced your requirement, Philippa. But you are still chasing a 6.93 to go to first. First priority red, second priority blue with 7 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. 6.5 minutes remaining. Last of blue, a 0.50. The situation does remain the same. Sarah Baum in the red is out in the lead, and Philippa Anderson in the blue chasing a 6.93 to go to first with 6 minutes remaining. Sarah Baum in the red, you are currently in first position. There is 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Sarah Baum, you are in the lead with a 6.50 and a 5.70. Philippa Anderson in the blue sitting in second with a 5.27 and a 3.77. Philippa, you are chasing a 6.93. Five minutes remaining. First priority is with red, second priority blue. As we see Philippa Anderson up and riding in the blue. It was a nice opening turn. She wraps it back to the pocket and lines up this end section. So we'll wait on that score to lock in with 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Three and a half minutes on the clock. And last of blue, a 3.57. That has not gone into your top two. The situation does remain the same. Sarah Baum in the red in the lead and Philippa Anderson in the blue in second, chasing a 6.93 to go to first. 3 minutes remaining. And just a reminder, we will be having the presentation just below the surf club on the grassed area after the end of this heat. So please make your way over there after this heat. We'll also crown the men's winner. It has been a huge 3 days of action here at Merewether for the Frame Promotional products and Novotel QS 2000. And we are celebrating 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. The final stop of the Challenger Series will be here at Merewether in March next year. So be sure to put that on the calendar. That'll be a huge event. As we see Philippa Anderson up and riding, just taking off a little deep on that one. With 2 minutes remaining, first priority is with Sarah Baum in the red. Last of blue, a 0.50. Situation does remain the same. Just an announcement for all spectators. The bar upstairs at the surf club is open and available to use, so be sure to head on up. There is just on 1.5 minutes remaining. as we see Sarah Baum in the red using priority. So Philippa happy to kick off that one. And a nice bowly section here for Sarah Baum as she tags that end section and kicks on out of there with 1 minute remaining. We'll wait on that score to lock in. .45 seconds remaining. And Philippa Anderson now with priority. She's going to kick out and try to regain that priority for Sarah Baum, but time is ticking with 30 seconds on the clock. The situation is pending. We are waiting on scores to drop in with 20 seconds. $15 seconds. 10 seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last of red dropped in at a 5.33 and last of blue a 0.83. So official result, it was Sarah Baum in the red taking out the final. And congratulations also to Philippa Anderson coming in second. An all Newcastle final is pretty special here at Merewether Beach. So be sure to head on over to the presentation as we award our winners. And that's a wrap. So a huge congratulations to Sarah Baum as we see her getting cheered up the beach. A huge win there for Sarah Baum from East End Board Riders. And a huge congratulations as well to Philippa Anderson from Merewether Board Riders. Be sure to tune in to the presentation and head on down to the grass area just underneath the surf club. We will be back with you shortly.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections Bonnie Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome everyone, thanks for joining us for the official presentation. We'd just like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Awabakal people, and pay our respects to elders past, present and future. We'd also like to acknowledge our sponsors and key stakeholders. That is Novotel Newcastle Beach, Frame Promotional Products, Burton Automotive and Cardiff GWM, Destination New South Wales, City of Newcastle, Stone and Wood, the Beach Hotel and Reflections Holidays. I'd first like to call up all the men's finalists to the stage. If you're around, and also Greg Frayne to say a few words and assist with the presentation.
Well done. Thank you. Red and white, our favourite colour. Yep. And you've done really well. You wouldn't call it perfect conditions, but they're better than 4 or 5 days ago. There was nothing. So it's really good. So congratulations. Here in Newcastle. Best of luck in the future.
So in second place we had Matthias Hurdy. And our winner was Dane Henry, coming in clutch in the last 30 seconds in the finals. So huge congratulations to both surfers. So Dane, how does it feel to win this event?
Yeah, pretty surreal. I've been coming to Newey for since when I was about this big, and I was staying with my mate Ollie Reiserbeek, local here, and yeah, it's a really special one for me. My first QS win, and really needed the points too. So yeah, it's a great one to get the monkey off the back and tick it off, and yeah, really keen to go on to the next kind of half of the year with all the rest of the QEs.
Yeah, great outcome for sure. Well, congratulations, boys. Thank you. I'd now like to invite the women's finalists up to the stage, and to Danielle Stover also to come up to the stage. So in second position at the Novotel QS 2000, we had Philippa Anderson. And in first position, we had Sarah Baum. Warmy, do you want to just give us a few words on how it feels to win this event?
Yeah, I feel like I've gotten second so many times. It feels so good to win here, and in Newcastle I have so much support, and yeah, thank you to everyone for supporting me, and yeah, we had such awesome waves, thanks to Warren and everyone for putting on a great event, and yeah, hopefully we can carry it over into the Challenger Series.
Awesome, yeah, you absolutely killed it out there. Congratulations to both finalists. And just another huge thank you to our sponsors, Novotel Newcastle Beach, Frame Promotional Products, Burton Automotive, Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Stone and Wood, the Beach Hotel, Reflections Holidays, and Merewether Surf Lifesaving Club, and Merewether in the local community, and Oasis Media. Thank you everyone for joining us. Have a great Sunday, and we'll see you next time.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership is here.
Offering prestige customer service.
In this stunning state-of-the-art showroom.
Explore the full range of GWM vehicles.
Designed for comfort and packed with features.
Including 7 years unlimited kilometre warranty.
It's all here with plenty of parking.
Plus on-site award-winning service department.
Newcastle's awesome new GWM dealership.
Affordable pricing, prestige service.
At GWM Cardiff.
Part of the Burton Automotive Group.
This 30-second getaway comes to you from Premium Cabin 6 at Reflections, Bonny Hills. If you want to stay longer, you know where to find us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.